Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Dutch main event, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Excited to be in the booth with you once again for this one. My name is Action Man Dan. 101 players remaining from a starting field of 1,555 entries. David going to get the action started here off sub 20 big blinds to start the hand with the king queen of clubs raising to 60,000. Small blind is 10k, big blind is 25k with a 25k running big blind ante. Hope you're all very well on this Sunday evening wherever you are tuning in from. YouTube, we've got some great new content on there, new videos every week. Of course, we've got the Action Army on Twitch. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow on either. Trying to get to 20,000 subscribers on YouTube by the end of the year. We're on all the usual social media platforms, of course. We've even got a TikTok channel, King's Resort Official, on there. We're still doing this sale, up to 50% off some of the items. If you head over to the website www.kingsresort.com and head over to the merchandise store, you can find out all the information about that for yourself. 100 players remaining now. Average stack is 769,000, so just a tiny bit over 30 big blinds. Robert in the small here just wants to be ripping this one the majority of the time off 15 big blinds or less with an ace-4 suited. Decides to use this as a raise to 60k. Apocalypse is in the house. Hope you had a good birthday, sir. Hopefully your head's not too sore today. He says he's on the mobile right now, so commands will have to wait. That's okay. That's no problem. We'll have an update of those payouts for you in a few moments. No worries at all. Thank you for subscribing yet again at Tier 1. You've subscribed for 11 months now, almost a year. Great to have you with us. If you're just tuning in, it's the Dutch Classics main event live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Like I said, his head is fine. Busy day with a lot of sports on television. Yeah, a lot of sports on, all right. And reward. Gonna raise to 50k here, min raise with the king 5 of diamonds from under the gun. Bird is in the house, swooping by to say hi. Hello, Bird. Fold it all the way around to the button here for David. Don't really recognize anyone at this table, but it is a smaller buy-in. We've been spoiled for choice the last few weekends. We had the PLO, and then we had the main, the €1,700 main. Then we had a 350 buy-in last weekend, which was amazing. Amount of action in that one. It was thrilling. Winner taking home €150,000, and top 12 finishers that all took home a 10 grand ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event, which is taking place in less than a month's time. It is going to be an amazing series. 15 bracelets, 15 million guaranteed. Make sure you check out that one. Something for everyone in the audience, no matter what your buy-in level is. Ronald is just going to call from the small, and I would way prefer for Ronald to rejam pre, especially off the stack depth of sub 15 bigs to start the hand. It's just going to play better. I don't understand why David is checking back here on the flop. It's okay to trap sometimes, but with this stack to pot ratio the way it is, I think we just want to bet. We just bet enough on the turn here with our trips to set up a river jam, especially with 2 flush draws on board and straight draws out there. David is going to go for a sizing of 80k. And the king queen is going to get out of the way. We just avoided that and hooked that down pre with a rejam. And if we are called, we're going to be flipping against all the pairs. We're going to be doing well against the majority of the ace-x hands that open the button, that raise call. Also, we can get called and we are dominating with our king queen against hands like king jack, maybe king 10 suited, etc., etc. Thank you for your help there with the payouts, Bird. Much appreciated. Asamina with ace king off suit, 30 bigs in the small blind. Looks like they're just going to jam. Mad jam here. Way too big, in my opinion. Shoving that many blinds, blind v blind with a hand as strong as ace king. Just not going to give the opportunity for your opponent to see a flop with lesser holdings, or to rejam, or to 3-bet, or whatever the case may be. When we have a hand as strong as ace king there, we want to extract as much value as possible. And Rue with the ace king in the cutoff now, 68 bigs. He's going to min raise. Big blind not going to defend, and he will scoop the blinds and antes, which are currently worth 60k each. Well, not each, but combining the small blind, the big blind ante. Nice pickup, especially if you're playing a short stack at the moment. You're shoving about 10 bigs, which would be 250k. Right now, you're adding 60k to your stack uncontested. If you're wondering about the chips in front of the players, orange chips are 5k, green chips are 25k, and the white chips you see in front of the players at the moment are 100k each. That's 5, 25, 100. 95 players remaining now. Expect to see a lot of dropouts in this one as we get closer and closer to the end of the night. Players would have been played for a couple of days already, with 1555 in entries. These amazing numbers. Once again, expect nothing less from the King's Resort in Rozvadov, of course. Rousseau Apocalypse, what did you make of the rugby? That was some game last night. My good God, I meant to text you. I texted you earlier on that day, alright, but wow. For England to be in pole position the whole game and then crumble like that. I don't think it's fair to say they crumbled, but Jesus, just they dropped the ball too many times. Robert going to make a 60k from under the gun here at ace jack off suit, off sub 20 bigs to start the hand. And Asa in the hijack with ace queen off suit. Now for him, he can just call, which seems totally reasonable. If he 3-bets, he's going to 3-bet commit himself to Robert. I think I just prefer to try see a flop here and call in the hijack. And he does just call. .654 is the flop. Three-way action. Mark going to come along for the ride on the button with the Queen Jack suited. And Robert is going to make an unconventional bet here into two players. This is normally a board you would see the under the gun range check on, unless they were holding an overpair with a hand like ace jack. Easy to rep an overpair here though, but you just have to get through the hijack and the button, which is not an easy task. Fattest Tony says, we're all here for Pell. Let's get it. Pell getting a shout out. We'll keep an eye out for him. Nice to have you with us. Robert deciding to show the table that he's willing to bet there on the 5-6-4 rainbow flop. Don't want to be giving away that kind of information to your opponents. I would much prefer to just muck my cards. Or just not c-bet that one in the first place. But does get the job done. Does take down the pot. OB boy says facts. Go get him, Pell. We keep keeping it a big eye on Pell, considering he is playing a massive stack of over 90 big blinds. And That is good for 30% of all the chips in play at this feature table. And Rue is in second place with 69 bigs, and Mark. A lot of Dutchies coming out with this one, for this one, as you would expect, considering it is the Dutch Classics Day 2. Being from Ireland, we have a fantastic fan base. But I have to say, when the Dutchies are going deep in any event at Kings, there's always people in the chat rooting for them. So it is great to see. Pell is going to get active here. Queen 10 of hearts, flopping 2 overs and a flush draw. Could have some action here because Robert has flopped the joint on the 5-4-3. And this is just gonna go all in, and I would assume that Pell will be calling for 395 more. Robert does have the nuts, well, one of the nuts, the bottom end of the wheel. Very strong hand here on this flop, but Pell does have a lot of equity. It looks like he has a lot more equity than he does. If he can see Robert's hand, obviously he knows he's in a lot of trouble. Just a matter of whether he wants to call this one for 395 more. It is for nearly 20% of his remaining stack. He has 2 million behind. He's never going to be that far ahead here, but even if his opponent is shoving top pair or a draw, Pell's Queen 10 of hearts going to play very well against that range, the overall shoving range of Robert. So Pell is going to call, will get the bad news, does still have 6 outs, and there is 1.225 million in this pot up for grabs. Big moment here for Robert. He'll be playing the guts of 50 bigs if he can hold. That he will hold 64% of the time. Turn is the 9 of spades. Pell needing help here on the river, and it doesn't arrive. 3 of diamonds, and Robert will scoop those chips, playing just under 50 big blinds now. So guys, just getting confirmation of the prize pool. 300k was the guarantee for this one, and we smashed it. 324,995 euro in this prize pool. Where else but Kings? Fantastic numbers. Great to see it. Getting word of a terrible bad beat there from one of our moderators. Says he lost with quads. Oh, quads came out to eliminate one of our moderators. That's unfortunate. As fat as Fat Tony. We're just going to call you Fat Tony. Says win some, lose some. Yeah, easy come, easy go, bro. When you've got that much chips, you know, sometimes you got to pay the man. He is still one of the biggest stacks at this table, playing 64 big blinds. Ronald going to shove under the gun for 10 bigs with the 2 ladies. And he will take down the blinds and antes. You can see that's a really good example there. Look, adding 60k to his 250k stack, so adding over 20%. So Asa gonna raise to 50k here with the ace 10. Andreas is going to 3-bet to 155. With the ace king off suit. And for Asa, just going to fold the ace 10. I like this guy's top, black bananas. Creative. A lot of black hoodies tonight. The Sunday hoodies out in force. With 89 players remaining now. The current payout is €594. There are 4 tickets available worth 10k each to the World Series of Poker Europe. And the winner of this event tomorrow will take home over 50 G's, baby! And Jaynut is in the house. Hello, Jaynut. And Rue checking the turn here. Asa is going to check back with the pair of deuces, rivering to pair now. Rue had the best hand on the turn. No longer the case. Blind v blind battle. With 125 in the pot, Rue might want to bet to try to get value from worse. He just goes for a very small blocker-ish type sizing. I think for this sizing, I would be inclined to raise. I might raise to something like 85k here, maybe 100. And he does raise to 85k. MJ is in the house, says good evening. Good evening, MJ. And for Rue, I think it's unlikely that Rue would be getting bluffed here often with a raise to 85k on the river, and he is talking. It just seems like Asa isn't going to be messing around here on the river. Just take that one down. Nice river. Andreas is going to raise here with the ace queen off suit from under the gun +1. $55k is the bet. Where's the raise? Antonio is just going to rip here for 505 with King Jack of clubs. Bit ambitious here from Antonio. And this isn't a great spot here for Andreas. This is a large shove for just over 20 bigs. It would not surprise me in the slightest to see Andreas let a hand as strong as ace queen offsuit go here. Under the gun +1 against under the gun +2. Antonio repping a very strong hand. And look, Andreas will be forced to let his hand go. Risky business there for Antonio, but it does pay off on this occasion, and he's now playing 24 big blinds. Robert raised to 50k here with the pocket sixes. Oh, boy says go hard or go home, am I right? Yeah, something like that. It's great when it works out. If you get called, a lot of the time there, you're going to be in trouble with the King Jack suited. Antonio raising with pocket sevens. Six is taken down the last hand. And Antonio going for this from under the gun. Andreas going to call the big blind with queen six of diamonds. Ace three deuce is the flop. Andreas to the small blind here. Going to raise with king queen off suit. Raise to 85k. Antonio is just going to fold an ace there. Ace 6 off suit in the big blind. I think that's a bit too tight from Antonio. Wants to be seeing a flop in position there at the very least with an ace facing an open from the small. They're going to raise to 50k here with ace 10 off suit from under the gun. Bit of a wide open, but with the ace blocker, going to go for it here off a stack depth of under 20 bigs to start the hand. Robert going to call with a very pretty king queen of clubs in the big blind for 25k more. David flopping very well here, top pair, and Robert going to check. Not much going on from here on the 10-8-5. Like to see a bet of about 55, 60k. Goes for 60. You go a bit smaller there, can size up then on the turn to jam the river, depending on the run out, of course. Asa raises to 55k with king jack off suit. Robert got a 3-bet to 125 from the small blind. Very small 3-bet here from Robert with ace queen. Usually want to make it a lot bigger than this. It's only 70k more for Asa to call. The problem is he just has king jack off suit. With 230k in the pot though, he's getting over 3-1 on his money. And he is in position. I would be very tempted to just call here. And Asa asking some questions. Robert smiling, looking very strong there. Just gets Asa to fold pre.
I don't tell you that. I have my own.
Over raised the 60k here on the button with ace queen off suit. More ace queen popping off. Bird says lots of ace queen here. Yes, indeed. Mark going to raise to 60k here with ace three of clubs. Andreas with ace queen here right beside him. I think we just want to call this one, but looks like he's going. Yeah, he is just going to call. This is crazy. Five-way action to the flop here, it looks like. Jack 6-3 is the flop. Ronald with the best hand. Checking is contagious. Calling is contagious. All the way around to David. He's going to check as well. 5 checks. We see the turn. Turn is the 6 of hearts. Ronald improves again. Checks again. I think it's time for Ronald to start betting. Mark going to go for it here. Wants to find out where he's at. 2 flush draws on board, some straight draws. I think Ronald has missed an opportunity to bet, but obviously betting into 4 players doesn't feel great, even if we do have top pair. But once the flop is checked through by everyone, I think we have more 6x, and it's going to be very hard for us to get jammed on or something. Oh, sorry, he only had 40k behind. I thought he had more. Makes a lot of sense. He's just going to get it in now. It's going to be 40k for Mark to call. So this is all in and called. River comes the 5 of hearts. Mark will lose some chips and Ronald will double up. And the blinds have just gone up. Small blind is now 15k, big blind 30k with a 30k running big blind ante. That's 15, 30, 30. Rue is your chip leader. Pell nipping on his heels, just 2 big blinds behind. Robert with very comfortable 46 bigs. Then Asa with 24, Andreas with 23, and the rest of the players at this feature table following in their footsteps. Now, we've got action here, blind v blind, because Rue is limping in the small with pocket 10s as a trap, I presume. Asa is racing to 280k. Rue is going to shove over the top. Asa is going to call, and this pot spiraling out of control with nearly 50 big blinds in the middle. A big moment here for both players. Asa is either going to have 1.4 million or out the door. Rue has him covered, would still be playing a stack of nearly $1 million if he loses this flip. Ace in the window, ace 9-3. Turn is the deuce of hearts. River is the queen of hearts. Rue loses a huge flip, and Asa now playing 47 big blinds. So we've got the last 3 players at the table just playing 20 big blinds or less. Couple of stacks in between 20 and 30 bigs. And the rest are the top 3 on the leaderboard, as you see in front of you. Asa is going to complete and flop 2 pair after Pell checks behind with the ace-6. Asa going to bet 30 and Pell not going to get involved. Just going to let it go. He could have decided to maybe see a turn card there. Ace high going to be the best hand a considerable portion of the time, especially when we've checked back in position. We've got some backdoor straight draws working for us also. But decided to just play this one cautiously and let it go.
What is this? It was a call and so forth.
And what's going on here? David is just going to call with ace-9 of hearts. Antonio is just going to call with ace-queen suited. Rue is going to come behind here for the ride in the cutoff. King-9 of diamonds, and now Asa with 2 black jacks is going to put a stop to this on the button. Raises to 175.
Weird situation. I know that you wanted to raise. I know that you wanted to call.
One raise all in.
Antonio is going to move all in over the top. We've got another big pot brewing. Lots of action taking place live in the King's Resort in Rosvedov for the Dutch Classics Day 2. So far, over the first few orbits, things have been very exciting indeed. Antonio shoving over the top here. Asa is going to be forced to call, and we're going to have another coin flip on our hands.
So, you don't do this with ace-10, ace-queen. You don't do this with pocket. No, I don't speak to you. I'm speaking to myself. The best case is you have ace-king.
Asa hasn't called yet because Antonio's shove looks so strong here after limping from under the gun +1 and now coming over the top for 645 total. So it is a considerable portion of Asa's remaining stack to call, and he is asking the hard-hitting questions. I feel like he is going to put his chips over the line though. Don't see him letting this one go for 16 bigs more. He's asking for a count. He looks like a man who didn't come here to fold 2 blackjacks with 79 players remaining in the Dutch Classics Day 2. Well, I stand corrected, said the man in the orthopedic shoes. Asa decides to just let it go. And Antonio will scoop those chips with the ace-queen. Uncontested. The jacks deciding they didn't want to flip, and sometimes they're going to be behind. Didn't think that their opponent would shove over the top with maybe 8s, 9s and 10s, and therefore decided they didn't want to gamble and let it go. Didier is in the house, says good evening. Langneck says good evening, mate. Very bad says he hates limpers. Jesus. Don't know if we can hate limpers. You just got to learn how to punish the limpers and then learn to love them. Didier says he waxed 7 bullets. You know what? I think that's genuinely impressive and fair play to you. Pat yourself on the back for that one. That's a lot of bullets, but I bet you had a lot of fun firing them off. MJ says Antonio must have a tight image. I think he's just got an image where he comes over the top. We've seen him do it twice already. Yes, guys, greetings to you all. If you're wondering how many players are remaining, you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, there are 79 players remaining now from a starting entry field size of 1,555. You can no longer re-enter into the tournament. These are very deep into the money. And they're playing for a lot of money indeed. Over 50 grand for the winner. What an opportunity it is for these players. The 250 buy-in. Going to attract a lot of recreationals from surrounding areas. All the surrounding countries. Marco to bet 85k here. From the small. Andreas flopping 2 pair. If you think Mark is just going to get it in on this flop, I don't see the point in slow playing our 2 pair. You can just shove. I think my preferred choice would be to just call the 85 and let him blast on the turn, because the stack to pot ratio will be about 1-to-1. That looks like a raise. Doesn't look even stronger. And he's basically just committing himself. Mark going to be forced to put this in. I don't see how he gets away from it, flopping this good, blind v blind. Does stick it in, and this pot just under $1 million. Andreas going to call him off. Turn is 7 of hearts. Mark needing help on this river, or he will be eliminated. River is the 3 of hearts. Andreas breathes a sigh of relief. Will take the rest of Mark Klein's chips, and Andreas now playing over $1 million, playing 1.175. Bezdak says this was a misclick. Seat 1 wanted a min raise but forgot the blinds. The blinds have changed. Oh yeah, okay. Well, I think it still would have went in anyway. Or at the very least, they would have seen the flop. Nice to have you with us, Bezdak. Nice to see so many of you tuning in. Nearly 200 on Twitch alone on this Sunday night. Loads more on YouTube as well, of course. Lots more action to come. Rue raises with the jacks. Pell calls with sixes in the cutoff, and Andreas now in the small blind with the decision. Sub 40 bigs here. Could just move all in. Sub 40 bigs, yeah, just decides to shove all in, and now Rue. Very difficult decision. And Rue is going to go with his hand here. The two red jacks. We are seeing a lot of action here early on. Just 3 orbits have took place so far, and we've seen multiple all-ins. This is the kind of stuff I love on a Sunday evening. Action. Almost 2 million in this pot. Andreas with ace king. Rue with the jacks. It's basically a coin flip. Ace in the window, followed by a jack. Wow. Now Andreas needing help. Turn is the 9 of clubs. And that's going to do it. Rue will sit back down with 63 bigs, and Andreas now, easy come, easy go, is now suddenly going to be playing sub 10 big blinds once again. Robert going to 3-bet to 150 here with the ladies. Small 3-bet here from Robert. Asa with ace-10 suited in position. Wants to be seeing a flop here for just 90k more. We're already 270 in the middle. Six, 4, 4 is the flop. Robert going to bet just over 100k here. I like the sizing from Robert.
Six raise 225.
Very interesting raise here from Asa, a non-believer.
Two raise 500. 6 plus.
Robert decides to just put an end to it and shove.
I know already now. I know already.
Oh, you know it.
Don't know how much I love that raise from Asa on the flop of 6, 4, 4.
My problem is I know all your cards, but I can't. Totally suited. I knew. Huh? Ace jack?
Five raise 60. 6, 7 plus. 9, 1 plus. 2 plus.
Queens for Rue, and now he's got the aces.
3 raise.
Not only has he got the aces, he's got a jam from the small from David Morel with the ace-8 of clubs. Rue going to snap him off. Queen 5-4 is the flop, and David needing a lot of help here on Turner River. And Rue seals the deal on that turn card. Average stack is now over 1,000,000 and 74 players remaining. Rue having a very good level here. He's now up to 2.3 million, which is good for 76 big blinds. MJ the Blank is in the house, says good evening, gents. Good evening, MJ. Robert is going to race the 65k here in the hijack with pocket 5s and Asa in the small with pocket 10s. 28 big blinds and the decision. I think Asa could 3-bet call this one, hijacking against the small. He could decide he just wants to rip. As long as he's not folding. And I like this 3-bet from Asa, but I would prefer to go for a larger sizing here. This is quite a small 3-bet. And if we're Robert, I might just try flop a set for this price. We're not just trying to flop a set. Ace Queen 9 is the flop, and now Asa checks. And I don't like this from Robert, just auto-checking back. I'd like to give it some thought for a few seconds at least. Asa going to go for delayed c-bet, and now Robert going to just let his hand go. Yeah, lads, come on. Apocalypse does a fantastic job week in, week out. Let's keep it friendly. Spread positivity indeed. And weed out all the BS. English only in the chat, folks. Come on. Let's enjoy the show. Rue with 74 bigs is your chip leader at this table. Robert with 52 bigs in second place, and Pell 45, all from the Netherlands. Asa with 37 bigs, Antonio with 32, Ronald with 20, and rounding out the table we have Andreas Keller now playing 12 big blinds.
But this is just for players truth.
He's stretching his legs out.
Pal with the decision in the small blind facing the open from Asa.
9-4.
That's quite a large shove. Does get the job done.
Actually, no secret. No secret is a good answer, right? I just ask me. Just ask me. I tell you always the truth. I told you the truth, and I will tell you. There's no secret. Anyway, let's see. Too old. Too old. Already 50 next year. Too old for lying, too old for taking time, thanking. He knows what that is. He's also
Pal gets the last shove through. Now on the button here with pocket sixes is going to make it 75k to go. Ace King 4 is the flop. Pal going to bet 65k. And Antonio not going to be able to continue here with just Jack 8 offsuit on Ace King 4. We'll let it go. Andreas should just shove that one with 9-7 suited on the button. Sub 10 bigs to start the hand. Instead, Robert just gets a walk with the king 6.
Mr. Ace Queen suited.
I said there was a clip. You did say it was
Yeah, you said
with
it.
your jacks,
Yeah,
yeah?
I don't want to have this with. I want already one.
Five eight, 6 4, 7 4.
I know exactly how many players were.
And Rue taking that one down with the jack 10 at diamond 72. Players remaining now, and that means pay jump is looming. Difference between 72nd place and 71st place is from 594 to 694. So €100 pay jump is the difference between 72 and 71 remaining. .71 players remaining now. Pay jump has been reached. Drew is just going to bet 30k here, a one and done situation. I would imagine, unless he picks up additional equity on Turner River. Turn is the 4 of hearts. He can make it straight now with a true 5 on the river. Might try to get his opponent to fold a 6 or something to that effect. Ru is just going to check, and Asa is going to check behind river is the 3 of hearts. Ru checks. Looks like Asa is going to wave the white flag. He will take that one down. The blinds are up. Small blind is 20k, big blind 40k with a 40k running big blind ante. That's 20, 40, 40. Ace King takes that one down. Andreas shoving. About 7 big blinds. From under going with Ace King of clubs. New player to table, Punto Blanco. 245 for him to call. I think this is right on the line where we could call or fold. For 6 more bigs, I think I'm going to flick it in, but I'm not thrilled about it. Not loving life here at all. King, King 10 is the flop. And now Punto, just 5% equity. Andreas is going to double up. Actually, no. Turn has brought a flush draw. Whoever is the Queen of Clubs. Okay, Blanco going to be left with 400k, and Andreas now with 630, which is good for 15 big blinds. Alex raising to 90k with the jacks. Andreas not going to defend with the Queen 8 offsuit. Alex will take down the blinds and antes, which are now worth 100k.
You'll see it in 30 minutes. You will see it in 30 minutes.
I know it.
Yeah.
13 bigs for Andreas here on the button. Queen Jack off suit. I think he just wants to be shoving this one. Right, he doesn't move all in. And for Robert for 490 more here. I think he wants to be calling this one, but he decides to let a hand as strong as ace-9 go in the big blind. Shows the power of the shove there, by the way. Not wanting to risk about a quarter of his chips there. And Andreas picks up the blinds and antes. Alex gets a walk with the ace-king. Board with a fantastic comment there. Says, guys, it's simple. You want to see and support your players. Behave well and respect the rules of the stream. If not, you're out. You're out of here. This is not a Twitch stream where Barbie takes a bath in her swimming pool. Jeez. Sounds spicy. Ace King taking down the blinds and antes. Alex takes that one down from the button, raising to 90k. Big blind not going to defend for 50k more with the 10-6 off suit. Antonio raised to 80k with king queen off suit. Sub 20 bigs to start the hand. Red Misty's in the house this evening, sir. Hope you were good. Good evening, Red Misty. Both players with the same hand, looking at a flop of 9-8-4, all spades. Flush on the board here now. That's a checking on the river. Antonio going to check it back. And these players will chop it up, boys. Robert raised to 95k with two red jacks. All the way around to Pell in the big blind with ace queen off suit. Bangs on the shades here. It looks like a call. Ace 8-6 is the flop. Turn is the 3 of diamonds. Pell could just start betting now with a $250,000 in the pot. I think he just wants to bet like 100k or something. Bets 100k. This is going to get value from exactly the kind of hand Robert has. Expect to see Robert call at least one street here. But it looks like he's not going to. Anis is in the house. Yo, 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 guys. Dan, how are you today, my friend? I'm very good. I'm not so bad now. Dutch Classics today. We're going to crown a champion tomorrow, and then I'm on my annual leave while the World Series of Poker Europe is on. So I'm looking forward to my holidays. Not going to be going to Kings this time, but hopefully this time next year. Hope you're well too, Anis. Apocalypse says, I'll be a millionaire, or someone will be a millionaire. I don't need a million, Apocalypse. I ain't greedy. Well, hence the expression, as greedy as a pig. I'm a little bit greedy. I'm greedy in the form of wanting constant action. But a million, I'd rather just win, and whatever amount it is, then I'll take it. Oh, Apocalypse says, you said this time next year I was finishing the Only Fools Cut. You won't believe it. My father said that to me the other day. I said, this time next year that. And he goes, oh, what is this? Only Fools with Horses. So very funny that you brought it up there. Asa raised 100k. Pell gonna 3-bet to all in from the small blind with the ace jack suited. Pell takes down another one. That's a good raise to 80k from the cutoff. Punto most likely just wants to shove all in here, cut off against the small for a stack size of under 10 bigs to start the hand. Does decide to go for it. Asa is going to call.
You chop it. It's okay? Chop it. Or we run it twice.
Queen, Jack, 3 is the flop. 2 clubs. Punto going to need to get lucky to stay in this event with 66 players remaining. Turn is a Jack. A lot of opportunities now. River is the 9 of diamonds. They are going to chop it up, boys. Robert going to get that one through. Bit of a tight fold there from Antonio. Well, sorry, he was in. Yeah, he was in the big blind. I think he should be defending there with the Jack 8. Apocalypse says, thanks for all the new followers so far tonight. Yeah. Well said, Apocalypse. Make sure to stay around for the World Series of Poker Europe. It is going to be unbelievable. The biggest series of the year. Biggest series to take place anywhere in Europe under one roof. The biggest and best poker room. It's the King's Resort live from Rosvidov. For the guts of a month. Spoiled for non-stop thrilling action. Brody says hello. Hi! Hey Brody, what's up? Alex is going to bet 70k here on the Jack 6 3 2 spade flop. We'll take it down. Robert playing very tight in about 5 different situations now. Couple of times where I would have liked to see him continue. There's another one where he could have just bet himself. Just some passive play that's adding up where he should be accumulating chips, but instead he's lost some. Punto is all in with the ace-9 off suit. And look at this, Ronald waking up with ace-king. The king-queen getting out of the way. Ronald gonna just call, of course, in the big blind with the ace-king. No other players to worry about. Flop is ace-6 deuce, and Punto gonna need a 9, or he is gonna be gone in 62nd place. Turn is the queen of spades, just 7% equity now for Punto as we hit the river. And it doesn't arrive. Punto has been eliminated. Alex going to raise to 90k here in the cutoff with pocket fives. Ronald going to get out of the way with the ace-6 suited on the button. Expected to see him call or 3-bet there, but decides to just let it go. Robert raises to 95k for the ace-king offsuit. Ronald might try to flop a set or something like that. Here is going to call for 95k in the cutoff. And the next hand folded all the way around to the small blind. Pal with Queen Jack of Spades, 42 big blinds. Wants to be playing this one, maybe just shoving his best play there. Takes down the blinds and antes. Zonk the Bonk says he looks a bit like Ryan Reynolds. Yeah, maybe a young Ryan Reynolds, all right. Yeah. Very good. What's up, Zonk the Bonk? Nice one for joining us. Hope you're well. I presume you're on about the blonde guy, Pal, who has been the focal point of this feature table, getting a lot of support in the chat. Pal single-handedly shut down the Action Army Twitch chat because people are refusing to speak in a language that is required. English. I think we have things at bay now at this stage, though. Andreas in the small blind here with 10 bigs is just going to give a walk. Don't read. Oh, it's Ryan Gosling. Yeah, not Ryan Reynolds. Yeah, yeah. That makes a lot more sense. Zonk the bonk, yeah. Andreas is going to give a walk, which is far too tight here. You want to just call with those unsuited one-gap connectors. Or even just shove. Might seem a bit wild, but just 10 bigs with the 8-6 offsuit. It's going to play well. If you're called, you're going to have a decent amount of equity.
Easy fold.
Rue raised the 80k here off 50 odd bigs from under the 1+1, and Alex in the big blind with ace jack of diamonds. Looks like he is going to 3-bet this one. And I believe this will be the last hand before the break. Now, Rue, I think he just wants to call here with the pocket nines in position and proceed with caution. Six three deuce is the flop, and now Alex wants to be c-betting this one. Alex decides to not even c-bet here with backdoor diamonds working for him, etc. And Rue wants to bet here for equity denial. He bet something around 240. Seems like a good sizing to me. Could go a little smaller than that. Goes for a bet of 215. And for Alex, I would like to see Alex continue here, but if we are going to go into check call mode, I would prefer to just keep repping a strong hand by betting ourselves. And Alex does eventually just let it go. Okay, folks, that's going to bring us to our first break. I hope you are enjoying the show. We'll be back in a few moments with lots more action. Live from the King's Resort in Rosvadov for the Dutch Classics Day 2. We will play down until there are 24 players remaining. We'll be right back.
It's the World Series of Poker Europe, where players from all around the world come to win a guaranteed prize of 15 million euros. This amazing tournament starts already on October 25th at the King's Resort. Imagine the excitement of competing with worldwide players for a massive prize. Get ready for an intense showdown. Mark your calendar for October 25th and head to King's Resort for the World Series of Poker Europe. It's your time to shine.
If I call, is Rob allowed to raise after or no? No? If he makes it, how much? Is 800? 800? This time you try, yeah? Imp is strong.
How much in the pot?
3.9.
3.9.
Rob doesn't like limps. If I call, is Rob allowed to raise after or no? No? Because he makes it, how much was the raise?
I am, yeah.
He is it.
Was 38?
Because of 100, it's not possible.
39.
So I can...
It's possible or not possible? Impossible. Impossible.
Raise.
I wanted to play. 800 donation.
29. 3, yeah? Is that right? Oh.
5.
Oh, yeah.
5.
One second. Showdown as well, yeah? Oh, you got the nut flush draw. Good luck. That one?
Wow.
I flop set of sevens. It's like that.
Not good. What a spot.
Count your stack, make it more easy. 20, okay.
You don't need to count. You have more. So you have more.
Wann nehmen wir genaue Nummern für den Stream?
What about this?
Okay,
This as well, yeah?
guys.
You end up gagging and almost throwing up at the smell of your own, you know. So to counter that, this 12-hour solo commentary stint, felt like you guys would give me a bit of space, a bit of leeway,
You just love poker.
and let me off the old sock and sandals grind.
Oh, good. It is.
You know, like my one-time pass. Bam saying never an excuse. Boots saying agree, sock and sandals is brutal. All right, chat. Okay.
But apart from that, I'm all good.
And issues with our central nervous system, but other than that,
Celebs saying getting paid millions for it. Millions. All right, chat. All right. Okay, no more socks and sandals. I see how it is.
we're society.
So we jump back into this.
Other than that, living
Button open from Nikki P. Deep with the 3-bet out the small with the queens. This could be a chip lead pot, ladies and gentlemen.
5 seconds.
Orpin has woken up with ace queen O in the big.
1 time button.
Button v small blind v big blind. Chat, does Orpin just rip here? It's for 33 bigs.
5 seconds.
Oh, wow. Oh, boy.
Raise 3.1.
3.1 million from Orpin, the cold 4 out of the big. Sean Deeb looking for bracelet number 4. In a great spot to either just pick up this 5.6 in the middle or get it in with the queens and be a 3-1 favorite to have over half the chips in play. Hand number 102.
1 time button.
Nail biting stuff here. Can't fault Orpin for 4-betting out of the big. Deeb with the 3-bet out the small. Nikki P on the background saying he's going to shove over the top of this 3-bet.
Seconds.
Does announce all in. And Orpin with a snap fold. Sean Deeb picks up a monster pot without even having to sweat 5. Up to 14 million in chips.
I see, yeah.
It's history about to be made here.
Renato raising to 12k. Luca in the hijack with ace king. We've got action here. This is going to be a big flip, one would imagine.
sound. How much? 47.
Is for almost his entire stack, but with a hand as strong as Jack's here, not going to get much better opportunities. Calls it off. All in the fella. Call the other fella. 301,000 in the middle here.
Good luck.
Must be a jack burned somewhere. Luca 57%. The Jeffries 43. Queen 8 deuce. Hits the flop 2 hearts. That's the 7 of hearts. Great turn for Renato. Luca needing an ace or a king on the river. It does not come. Luca has been eliminated.
It's different in this situation.
Good game. Bro, you have to thank you. Thank you. Hello.
He's
All right, folks, we are back. Second hand back here with 56 players remaining. Andreas raising to 300k here, virtually putting himself all in, just 130,000 behind. And look at this on the button, the queens here for Alex. Oh boy says, hey, Mr. Commentator, it's Action Man Dan to you. I'm very good, thank you. Andreas with just 130 behind. It doesn't really matter. He's just hoping to get a pay jump. Alex, of course, going to call him. Won't like there's an ace on board, but it's Andreas needing a king of kings or another 10 to survive. Just 16% equity here with just under $1 million in the middle. Turn is the 8 of clubs. River is the jack of spades. Andreas has been eliminated. Needing help on that turn at river, but it didn't arrive. He is your 55th place finisher. Alex will scoop those chips now, playing 2.25 million. So, with 54 players remaining now, all players guaranteed a minimum of €694. The pay jump looming from 694 to 841 if they can just survive one more elimination. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the Dutch Classics Day 2 live from the King's Resort in Rosvedal. What a first 2 hours of action we had there. Incredible amount of all-ins. Has me excited for what's in store. And we will see a flop here. Pell is going to peel from Pell in the big blind with 4-3 of diamonds. Flop is ace, king, deuce. Alex with top pair. And the flop is going to check. 300k in the pot now. Pell might decide to turn his hand into bluff. Can make a straight with a 5. Decides to just check a second time. Apocalypse says we're playing down 224 tonight or the end of level 28. Thanks, Apocalypse. Hope you're enjoying your hangover or what's left of it. And someone just asked what blinds is on level 28. Well, just take it for granted at the moment. We will just play until there are 24 players remaining because there's another 6 levels to go. There'll be 100, 200k by then. And we are getting a lot of eliminations in rapid succession, so let's just see if that continues. Pell with a nice, sexy 3-bet here from the button with King 9 suited. Nice pickup there from Pell, uncontested. Trigger, new player at the table, playing a large stack of 56 bigs, close to 3 million. Pell raising to 100k from the cutoff with ace-9 off suit. I think this is going to be fine from Pell. Antonio going to rejam. Sorry, this is standard from Pell. I wouldn't say it's going to be fine. It's necessary, we'll go with. Antonio rejamming for 14 bigs. Trigger is actually the chip leader at this table. Alex not too far behind, and then Rue 46, Pell 35, Joris with 33, Robert with 30, Antonio with 18, Asa with 18, and the shortest stack at his table is not so short. He's still playing 14 bigs. Ronald. DRS pod asks, Trigger, did we summon all the Only Fools references today? I think so. I think that's very, very tight fold there from the big blind. Would like to see a minimum of a defend there. Asa just shoves for 880. Don't like this from Asa. I would way prefer to use this in my min-raise calling range. It's not going to matter. Robert's going to go all in from the small, and we're going to be looking at a chop pot nearly all of the time, with 52 players remaining now. Six, 5 deuce is the flop. Turn is a 9. River is an 8. Chop it up, boys. Yours with the aces is going to raise to 120k. And he will show the aces and take the blinds and antes, which are now worth 125k. Roll all the way around to the button here. 7-5 of diamonds, going to be opening to 115k. And we'll take down the blinds and antes and add 125k to his stack. You see how precious it is to be able to take down the blinds and antes at this late stage. If you have a short stack of 10 big blinds or less, you are increasing your stack just by taking down the blinds and antes by over 20%, which is massive. If you do that a couple of times, you have essentially doubled up uncontested. George raised to 120, trigger calls for 120. Ronald is all in for 580. So this one is going to go all in and call. It is an open ender for Trigger. He's way out in the lead now. Turn seals the deal. Ronald will be eliminated in 50th place. Bird says, no sunglasses, no game. What a tell of Pell. He's mostly playing online, does he? Did someone say earlier he's Giga Chad? I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with this player. Well, I am now. He only has total live earnings of 2.5k. No, I don't think this guy is an internet prodigy or anything. Asa is going to move all in, and we've got action. Pell going to call in the big blind with the Jeffries. $1.7 million out there up for grabs in this flip situation. Seen a lot of flips tonight so far. Here's another one. Asa with ace, king of spades. Pell with the jacks. That's not a good start for Pell. Asa flopping top pair. Turn is the 9 of clubs. River is the king of clubs. Top 2 is going to take this one down. No Jeffrey for Pell on that turn of river. He is going to be now playing 17 big blinds. Brody is trying to win a chair. We're going to do a giveaway. He's looking for a Sunday hoodie on a Monday. Alternatively, he will take a chair. The dealer's chair, if it's to be put in a giveaway. I'm still waiting on my chair, Brody. And my Sunday hoodie. That reminds me, we do have a massive sale of up to 50% prepared for the viewers of the stream. Do not miss the opportunity to dress yourself like a king or a queen. Head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. Go to the merchandise shop and see for yourself. Up to 50% sale on certain items now on. Can we just get a confirmation that the dealer's chair is not part of the sale? That just so everyone is clear, the dealer's chair at this table is not part of the 50% sale. Excellent. But if it was, you could probably buy it on the Harvey Norman Super Sale. Trigger going to call in the big blind for 50k additional. Both players are the same hand flop as ace, jack, 6. Fat Star Lord says ace 5 against ace 5. Let's go. Yeah, fantastic. Happy Crypto says Pell was with him on the rail during the Benelux Classics when he came third place. I think I remember that actually. He says he is a good player. Definitely wasn't saying he was a bad player, just saying he has no cashes on his Hendon mob, just 2.5k, because someone was saying he is an internet prodigy or something like this. I guess we're about to find out. And this one most likely just going to be a chop pot unless one of the players folds. I don't see that happening. It does go check, check, and we've got another Splitsville situation. Happy Crypto says he is a cash player crushing all the tables. Yeah, well, that makes a lot of sense. Fat Tony says Pell is bursting on the scene and nobody can stop him. Until now. As long as he survives the river card this summer, he could easily become the Dutch Classics champion. We like to have fun here. Trigger gonna shove from the small blind. Antonio with 15 bigs, queen 10 is gonna let it go. Rue with the kings of kings is going to min raise. Rufio. We've got Rufio. Now all we need is a Peter Pan. Massa is going to 3-bet here to 250k with ill timing. I do like that he is 3-betting this hand. Don't mind his sizing. I would tend to go a little bit bigger. And Farouk looks like he is just going to shove. And that's a big slide across the line. We'll take that one down. $14 bigs for Antonio on the button here. He's going to shove for 735. Robert going to get out of the way with the King Jack. Antonio from the hijack here just wants to raise call with a hand as strong as ace jack. Does go for a raise to 105. And Asa is just going to check over to Antonio. Antonio going to bet very small, 55k, and Asa not going to be able to continue with just 5-4 spades. Wow, didn't expect to see this. Is going to raise to 150. Asked the question. He asked the hard-hitting question. He got the hard-hitting answer. All in, the fella. And Asa with the snap fold. Pal going to check with the 5 deuce. Asa with the queen jack. Flops 2 pair. Asa betting 60k. Pal calls. Asa now betting 125 here on the river, and Pal, there's putting on your cape, but with 4 overcards out there now, I think Pal just has to let this one go. Pal does eventually let it go. Asa will scoop those chips. A lot of characters at this table. I'm enjoying how this action is unfolding with 48 players remaining. Only 24 will go through to the final day of the Dutch Classics at 2:30 Central European time tomorrow. Hope you're enjoying the show. Trigger, Steeler chip leader, Rue in second place. Alex in third with 40 bigs, and then Joris with 29. Robert with 22, Asa with 22, Antonio with 20, and Pell is now your shortest stack at this feature table, playing 11 big blinds. The fan favourite has some work to do with just 4% of all the chips in play at this feature table. But the blinds have just gone up. 30k is the small blind, 60k is the big blind, with a 60k running big blind ante. That's 30, 60, 60. Pal's going to shove in the small with King 3 suited. Joris for 11 big blinds total. I think I would be calling this one with a Queen 9 suited. Decides to let it go. Pal will take down blinds and antes and add 120 to his stack. Alex takes down the blinds and antes with the aces. Trigger raises to 130 in the small blind with King Queen offsuit. Ten 8-5 is the flop here. Trigger betting 150 and Antonio with the best of it here. Betting a call, turns the deuce of spades. And Trigger going for a second barrel here. Don't know if I love this. Antonio puts a stop to it and just moves all in on the turn. Bird says debt or beer or both. Homer Simpson, yeah. Hello, homie. Brody says we have great beers in Czech Republic. Friday I was debt. I was coming home at 5 a.m. I'll have to put this great beers in the Czech Republic to the test. I mean, the last time I was there was 2017. Trigger going to raise to 130 here on the button with 7-5 off suit. And Robert in the big with 2 black ladies is going to rejam for 21 big blinds total. That is going to be the end of that. And here's the golden opportunity for Pell to rejam this one with ace queen. Action is going to be back on route, and I think this might be just a little bit too much for route to call here. It is 665. Brody says he has a great stack. I think he can call it. Well, it's just because he's after raising from under the gun, and Pell is rejamming from early position as well. Pell takes it down. Nice fold there by Rue. Ruben says, good fold, Ruud. Yeah, I agree. The jam was 13 big blinds total. Maybe just slightly under that. Yeah, it's closer to 14 actually, the more I think about it. So 12 more was the call. We'll just say it was in between, so 11 and a half blinds more to call. Very close. Any less, I think we've got to flick it in. Any more, we can easily fold. If it was suited, I think we should call. I think he got it right on the money there, just folding a little bit too much for him to call it off. Pal with the Kings of Kings here. We've got action. Alex with 2 black ladies raising in the hijack to 130k. This is a golden opportunity for Pal to double up here. Pal just gonna put on the shades. No messing around from Pal. He is going to move all in, and Alex cannot fold this one. I think that goes without saying. Although stranger things have happened at the King's Resort. With 44 players remaining, Alex just needs to snap this off. I don't know why he's even asking for a count. So it is all in and call with just over 2 million in the pot. Oh my good God, I don't believe it. The fan favourite has been outflopped with the Kings of Kings. 3 ladies here for Alex. And now Pal needs to get lucky on this river or he will be eliminated in 44th place. River is the 5 of diamonds. Pal has been eliminated. And once again, Kings have lost at Kings. As Apocalypse says, is the casino called Kings or Queens? I presume he said someone is drunk after 1 beer. Well, as long as they're not drinking half beers, because goddamn, what's the point? It'd be like washing your feet with your socks on. As old boy says, more to come, stay tuned. We'll be right back. Yes, indeed, old boy, there is plenty more to come. We have still the guts of 20 eliminations to go. As Brody says, that was bad. GG. 42 players remaining now. As Apocalypse says, half RIP, half the viewership, yeah. A lot of folks tuning in for Pal. I'm sure we'll see him on the stream again sometime soon. Moving on, Trigger under the gun here with ace queen off suit, playing nearly 50 bigs to start the hand. Apocalypse with another very good comment. Says, we know who the loyal ones are, and those are the ones who get to enjoy us every single week. King's Resort is open 24/7, 365. Pretty much all happening under one roof. Something for everyone in the audience. Joris is going to call the pocket eights in the big blind. The horse will check. That's a very tight fold. Does just let it go. But there was 2 overcards there. And unlikely his opponent is going to slow down on Turner River, so I understand the fold. Robert raises to 125 here with 9-8 of hearts. And Peter with pocket queens. Sound KS subscribe to Prime. Thank you very much for your support. Peter going to take that one down with the ladies. A lot of big hands coming out here tonight. We've seen the ladies several times already. The ladies in the red dress or the black dress. Just depends. Sometimes it's a black lady and a red lady in 2 different dresses. As Apocalypse would say, Queens is next door, kiddie game down the street. Choose wisely.
One check.
Peter going to bet 150k here. Antonio missing the flop. And Peter will take that one down. 2 hands in a row for Peter with 40 players remaining now. Current payout, by the way, folks, is €990. And here is an update of the chip counts. Alex with 59 bigs is your chip leader. Trigger with 50 is in second. Rue with 39. Robert with 29. Peter with 26. Joris with 23. Antonio with 23. And the shortest stack at the table now is Asa with 19 big blinds. We've got action. 10s here for Alex, raising to 130k. Rue just going to call for 130k here with the jacks. Robert going to call for an additional 70k with the Queen 7. Flop is 4-4 deuce. And this could spell trouble here for Rue. Both players with an overpair to the board. Turn is an ace of diamonds, and that might slow down the action with 750k now in the pot. Rue does have 106k in tournament live earnings. It looks like it is going to be one of the more accomplished players at the table. Brody asking just call. What I really think the reason he just called there is because the raise is coming from under the gun. And he doesn't want to just get it in on the flop or pre-flop there. So he just decided the best course of action was to just continue by calling. Now on the turn, he wants to call a second time here for this price. It's 265. There's over $1 million in the pot. He does fold. I'm not really a fan of that. I expected to see him call on the turn. To see a river there getting 4-1. Brody knocked it out of the park there. And Bird wasn't expecting to see that one, folks, understandably. So Chase Twitch is back in the house. He says tough to fold when we so under-repped. Oof. I like that. Oof. Yeah. Would have liked to see him see a river for that price. We've got more action. Wow. We are getting so many setups here tonight. Laura's going to 3-bet to 375. And Asa going to be forced to put this one in with the 2 blackjacks. The ladies in red against the blackjacks. Don't see either player doing anything different here. 3-bet coming from the hijack, and now Asa just wants to be putting this in with 39 remaining. Well, looks like he's just going to call. And this might save Asa Joris flopping a third lady. That's the third time we've seen trips out there tonight with the ladies. They're out in force. Buyer beware. So, Joris betting 280 here. And for Asa here, basically decision for the majority of his chips. He might just go with his hand if he was. He doesn't want to really call 280 and see a turn. Don't really know what he's supposed to do here. I just expected this to go all in pre-flop. it is also a really bad combination for us to have. The draws that we would want our opponent to have, we significantly block, especially when we've got blackjacks and not red ones, because that jack of spades blocks all the combinations that contain flush and straight draws, or not all of the combinations, but a lot of them. And all this body language and talking, etc., would indicate that he is going to just fold. They do go in the muck. And you can call me crazy, but with trips there, I don't think it would be the worst hand in the world to just check back on the flop, try induce a bet from our opponent or a bluff on the turn. He must have a read though. That is the second time he's made a pretty decent fold, saving his tournament. Us shoving the sevens for 780. It's going to be too much for Peter to call in the big blind, and Asa will take the blinds and antes. Alex raised to 180 on the button with Queen 10 off suit, and Peter is going to get out of the way in the small blind, and Rue in the big blind with Jack 5 off suit. Let's it go. Small blind is 40k, big blind 80k with an 80k running big blind ante. That's 40, 80, 80.
This is exactly how you should raise pocket jacks. Exactly one.
6 bucks.
Pocket jacks too, right? No. Tens or jacks? You don't want to see a flop.
Usually no. B. If you're gonna raise it, raise it.
Robert will have to be content with the blinds and antes there with the aces.
Raise.
37 players remaining now, so pay jump is looming. €160 pay jump is on the way. Antonio raises to 160 with King Jack of clubs. Does flop top pair with his defend in the big blind with the ace-9 off suit. This big blind defending range is going to smack this board more so than the under the gun +1 opening range. Average stack is now 2.1 million, which is good for just under 27 big blinds. 37 players remaining now. Trigger 3 bets to 425 here from the big blind, facing the open from Peter in the hijack. So Trigger 3 betting Peter. Wow, Peter decides he's had enough and is going to 4-bet rip with ace-8 offsuit here. And for Trigger, it is exactly a million more to call. It would be an incredible call, but you'd have to be really putting your opponent on a 4-bet rip that's as light as this one happens to be. I would expect to just see Trigger 3-bet fold this one from the big blind, but let's just find out. He is going to take his time about this decision. To be honest with you, if he's going to rejam here, I would like to just take this move away from Peter because they're sub 20 bigs to start the hand. When Trigger 3-bets from the big blind like this, he caps himself. It's a very polar range. It's either nuts or air. A lot of that middling type range, and I think ace-10 falls into that category, are just going to rejam. So when he makes a 425, he's saying he's got a really nutted hand that he's going to snap a 4-bet with, or all the bluffs. And there's probably more bluffs than value in this spot, and that is why you're seeing Peter 4-bet rip. He's a non-believer. So when Trigger folds there, I would much prefer to just rejam as we take that 4-bet jam away from our opponent. Freedom says almost worth calling even if Peter has ace-jack plus given the pot odds. Yeah, I see what you're saying, but you're not getting that great of pot odds. If you were to put into a calculator what Peter's 4-bet ripping jam should be there with limited amount of fold equity, it should be super nutted. But I see what you're saying. Nice to have you with us, Freedom. Hope you're well. Trigger is just going to give a walk here. I think this is just too tight from Trigger. Wants to be completing into small blind at the very least. Freedom says you need to get rid of 8s and 9s or ace jack to make it a big minus EV move. I think if you done up his range, like all them pairs should be just rejamming. Trigger's turn to steal the blinds and antes does so successfully with the ace-5 of diamonds. Alex is going to raise to 200k. Peter should continue here for 120k more with the 7-5 offsuit. Good odds in position to see a flop. And he is going to call. And on King 5, Alex wants to bet something small here with 480 in the pot. That's a bet around 120, 140, something around that area. Yeah, it goes for 110. And for Peter, just wants to continue here, catching a piece of it. Decides he doesn't want to call, and he is going to min raise. Yeah, he's just going to get the information on how his hand is doing here and now, because Alex can't really continue here for 110 more. Unlikely Peter would raise with a king here, so he really is pulling his hand face up. He is going to take his time, of course. There is a page on blooming. Peter will just take it. And Antonio going to take down the blinds and antes with the king-queen offsuit. Ace king for Antonio. We'll take down the blinds and antes. We're going to see a lot of raise and take it as we get closer and closer to bagging and tagging. All players will be fatiguing at this stage. You can only make so many good decisions in a day. Gives a golden opportunity for the bigger stacks to really take advantage of this situation and keep pounding on the shorter stacks. And as for the shorter stacks, they need to adjust, make more moves, make more reshoves, etc., etc. Still 37 players remaining now. Asa with 6 bigs here in the small with 10-4 off suit. Looks like he is just going to let it go. I wouldn't mind even shoving this. It's going to be fine to try to take down the blinds and antes. You're not going to get called that often. Asa is going to give a fold, and Joris would have been snapping him off for pocket eights. All the way around to the hijack, ace jack off suit, 28 bigs, and the decision. One elimination away from that pay jump. Pay jump is €160. Peter is going to make it 180 to go. And Asa in the hijack with pocket tens. Oh, he's kissing the sky. Not so good. Alex waiting with two black kings. Yeah, that's a very good point, Bart. The other two tens have been folded.
Snap call?
Alex gonna snap him off, and 1.2 million in this pot. Asa is gonna need to get lucky, but we know it's virtually impossible considering two tens already gone. Would have needed 4 diamonds. GG Asa. Pay jump has been reached. 35 players remain. And Alex now playing 4.5 million. Mr. Wild West asked how much is for first. 50 G's, baby. 51,000 and a 10 grand ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe for first, second, third, and fourth finishers in the Dutch Classics. Mr. Wild West says, nice, nice. Yes, amazing. Very nice payouts indeed, considering it's a 250 buy-in. Joris will take down the blinds and antes. Robert not going to defend. Another tight fold pre-flop from Robert. I would like to see him see a flop at the very least. Getting a great price to see a flop there with the Jack 10 off suit, but he just decided to let it go. Trigger in the cutoff. Looks like he's raising to 180. Does raise to 180. And that's going to take down the blinds and antes. So pay jump has been reached. 35 players remaining. 11 eliminations away from bagging and tagging. All players remaining guaranteed a minimum of €1,150. Somebody seems to be very happy in the background. Apocalypse reckons someone just won a tenner on a scratch card. Enough for a straddle in the 2-2 game. And you still have €2 left for an ice cream or a half a pint. Trigger raised to 160 in the hijack, and Peter just wants to be defending this one unless he wanted to use it as a 3-bet fold. I think I just prefer calling. We're about to find out. Bird is saying his farewells. Good night, Bird.
Trying to 3-bet me again.
Trigger asks you trying to 3-bet me again. Gotta get the peas, bruv. You get me, fam. Does flop a piece of it on the Jack 4 deuce, can make a straight with a 5. Did decide to just defend pre. And now Trigger, does he want a bet or check? Both options are fine. I prefer betting like 200k here. Seems good. Goes for about 250. I would have expected Peter to hang around to try hit a straight there. Might have the best hand. Things can happen on turn and river. Decides to just let it go. Tight enough play here from Peter there, and we are on the last hand before the break, folks. We'll be going on a 15-minute break. Alex gonna raise from the button with Jack 7 off suit. Raises to 180. Rue in the big blind, who we haven't seen much of for a few orbits. He hasn't had much to work with. I would like to see him defend here. Sometimes it would actually be better to just jam. These King 6, King 7, King 8 suited. Gonna play pretty decent. And we're just gonna take it down pre. So often it becomes a very profitable jam, especially when Alex has such a big stack, but calling totally acceptable as well, as one more elimination has occurred. I actually prefer to rejam with the King 6, King 7 and King 8 suited. A few of you out there might be saying it seems way too loose. It depends how often the button is opening. Flop is Jack 10, 9. Rue smacking this flop in the face. We've got action because Alex has top pair and a gut shot. We could see a lot of chips go in here. Alex is going to continue. He's going to continue for 130,000. Does go back call. Turn is the Queen of Clubs. Rue now with the flush. This might slow things down considerably. I expected to see him just check jam with such a big draw on the flop. I think it plays better as a check jam, if anything. Decided to go into check call mode, and he has turned it. But now what happens is he misses out on all the value of getting it in on the flop against a jack, or sometimes with a combo draw. Anis has knocked this one out of the park, said why just call, why only action killers. Yeah. You'd know that you're in this channel a lot, Anis. Rue is going to bet 280. Who does he coach, Anis? I can't see on his jumper there. It says, is it some sort of cash games, or is it tournaments, or do you know if any other additional information? Rue is going to bet 280 here. Now Alex is just going to be forced to maybe call, but I would not be shocked to just see him fold. He does have the jack of clubs. Yeah, I hate it, but we just got to let it go. Ugh. Horrible. Okay, folks, that is going to bring us to a 15-minute break. If you've been sticking with us so far, might as well finish it out. 10 eliminations to go. I'll be right back for the conclusion of the Dutch Classics Day 2. See you all in a few moments.
It's the World Series of Poker Europe, where players from all around the world come to win a guaranteed prize of 15 million euros. This amazing tournament starts already on October 25th at the King's Resort. Imagine the excitement of competing with worldwide players for a massive prize. Get ready for an intense showdown. Mark your calendar for October 25th and head to King's Resort for the World Series of Poker Europe. It's your time to shine.
And you stumble across cobras and all sorts of creepy crawlies when you're out in the dark. It's too hot to wear trainers. That little layer of protection. I'm talking out my ass. We already know that the socks don't help. If a cobra wants a little snag of a toe. Chat, I'm getting delirious. Okay, we're 14 hours in. I feel like Joey Ingram on one of his deep dive investigations, minus the edibles. Shout out, Pappy. Damn it, I'm saying Henry currently 3-bet jamming every live situation at the moment and winning. Yeah, dodging bullets, baby. I'm going to run into it eventually. BNK said, what's the start time tomorrow? Way too early for me. I'm going to be kicking off at 1 p.m. Central European time. So, 9 hours from now. Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. We got a bit of a cooler here. Oh boy. Danny gonna have to pull an old Rose Stucco on Riyadh, who sucked out with the 10s against Queens for the chip lead pot against Punat Punsri earlier on. And well, 110 dead. Not helping the young Dane. .34 big blinds effective. Lift off time, chat. Danny does announce himself and he is in rough shape. Already seen a 10 dead. Heart's working for him, but he's going to need to pull a miracle out of the hat. 14 hours into the day. 5 cards away from elimination. Could have been that 10 spot earlier. Riyadh just gets to click call. Cards on their backs. 2.9 million chip pot. 43 left in the record-breaking World Series of Poker Europe main event. If the Frenchman can hold, it's going to be up to over 5.4 million. 9-5 deuce. Berkmos drawing to 1 out twice for his tournament life. 8 of diamonds changes nothing other than the tease of it being 4 across. 10 of spades and a 10 of spades only. No dice. Gonna lose Danny Berkmos in 43rd. GG's, chat. Eight of diamonds flashed. Sean Deeb snap mucking the Queen 8. Timothy Adams gonna click call with the pocket 5s. He is flipping.
Maybe this is what the
Chat, I will catch up with you after this hand.
some of the all-ins and
All-in and calls.
5 away
I mean, it's been pretty fast-paced.
from either being down to
Big,
4.
like, as a spectacle.
What did you have?
Don't give him all, but don't fucking tell him.
Rabbit spots? Oh, wow. I mean, I had naked 6s, like, 6s? The worst. I mean, the way my range plays is like the worst pair. And it's just like...
yeah. Are they gonna deal the turn?
I mean, it's just like a nasty spot.
Sure. That was such a long.
Sweaty turn card. Open looking for a 6, 8, 10 or a king to eliminate Timothy Adams, and it's the King of Hearts on the river. One of the best players in the world, Timothy Adams, fresh off of his 100k victory here just a couple of days ago, comes up short. Embrace It event number 11, 5th place for 159,000 euros.
Hansen was his real name, one like an EPT,
Oh yeah.
like oversold in another one, and scammed people a bunch. And now he's dead.
Let's move it along. I'm sorry I brought it up.
He goes in now. He just goes in now. He's dead.
Hey, you suck out of me, you eventually die. That's the rules.
Fair enough.
I rarely get in ahead, so most of you guys are safe.
That's some brutal table chatter, not gonna lie. Anyway, moving on. Here we are. Green Dreams, I believe the answer is yes. Over 5,000 of you tuning in across the board as we jump back into this. How about that for a flop, ladies and gentlemen? Small blind v hijack could be absolute carnage. King, Jack, Jack, hand number 96 of the tournament.
He's got sweats, you know.
Adams with trip jacks, queen kicker, Pidden with trip jacks, 10 kicker, ace or a king would chop it. 2 to come, 1.9 in the middle. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. We could be down to 5 after this cooler. We could be down to 5 after this cooler. Adams going nowhere.
12.
Understandably so.
9-5 to be
Deuce of spades on the turn, changes nothing.
No.
Pidden, understandably not slowing down on the turn. 1.3 into 3.4.
You fully retired now, or what? Pretty much.
You know that spot where you folded the 7s?
No.
I opened into Tim's big line.
Active businesses.
Yeah. 8. Yeah, super tight spot for me, obviously. What would you 4-bet versus or pass? What would
Adams just makes the call. 4 spades. Backdoor spades do get there. 6 million in the middle. Don't think Adams will be folding to a jam if Pidden decides to. Doesn't outs all in. And
Can I just have a confirm account?
he's just going to ask for a quick count before flicking in the call, one would assume. And we're going to be down to the final 5 players unless Timothy Adams folds trips here. Obviously losing to Ace-Jack, King-Jack. Does make the call. Jack, no good for Pidden, out-pipped by 1.
Good game, man.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the final 5 players here.
Good game, man.
In the 50K Diamond High Roller.
GG, man.
So we lose Daniel Pidden in 6th place, 119,500 euros for his efforts.
What you had? Can Jack
So, what car do you drive?
At the moment, Mercedes.
Which one?
SL. 500, yeah.
Which year? Which year?
22.
Nice. Which car do you have?
Card?
Car.
Ah, car. I have 2 cars in Georgia, Mercedes and Toyota. But
Which Mercedes?
W11.
What car do you drive?
And BMW X6, new one.
Okay. Did you buy it with your wins at Kings?
Some of, yes.
Which car do you drive?
I drive Golf GTE.
What's up?
Good morning.
Are you ready for today?
Yeah.
See you at Kings.
about the different role? Let's come back. Yeah. 0. Hours I had 300. 5 to 10 big lines all the time. 3 hours. Few weeks. 9 pass. 1 pass. 2 pass. 3 pass.
And I think that is a big fold there by Joris. Could have tried to eliminate a player for 6 bigs. Yes, he was dominated on this occasion, but good opportunity there. He's already posted his big blind and his big blind ante, and it was 5 big blinds more. Call with a hand like Queen 10. Going to play well in an all-in situation. Welcome back. 34 players remaining. 10 eliminations to go. Nice to see so many of you still hanging in here for the conclusion of day 2 of the Dutch Classics, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Uh-oh, we've got action. Gary all in with ace-10 suited. Peter with ace-10 of hearts, the original opener. And it is Trigger who is going to pull all in. He's going to pull the shooter. Trigger's back. 4 bets it. And what a spot and what a time here for Trigger to wake up with a hand like the Barry's. Aces against the ace 10, 2.2 million in the middle.
Where were you, my Polish friend? Where were you? In this book, like you know what? I don't know.
Jack 6-6. Turn is a jack. And that's going to be the end of that. Gary has been eliminated. Trigger will take that one down. Anis asking me, is it my last day tomorrow? Well, not ever. Now, Anis, you won't be getting rid of me that easy, but Action Man Dan will be going on his annual leave, seeking action elsewhere. I am actually getting some renovations done at the moment. I am unable to go to the World Series of Poker Europe this year, so I'm going to target going over to Kings. Hopefully they roll out the red carpet for this time next year. I will be there in person. That is the plan. I'm going to do some comedy shows. I'm going to go to one or two DJ gigs. I am going to go visit some friends. I'm going to go on holidays, and I will tune in when I can, if I choose to, but you'll be left in the very capable hands of professionals for the next 3 weeks. You'll have top of the pops commentating, so don't worry about that. The World Series of Poker Europe is going to be amazing. I still catching up with last year's footage. Robert getting aces. Aces back to back, folks. Very interesting. Antonio gets out of the way. $2.5 million is now the average stack, which is good for 25 bigs. 30 players remaining now. It means we are 6 eliminations away from the conclusion of day 2. And it is all in and call very quickly here. Robert with ace queen, Antonio with king jack. King 6-5. Turn is the ace of spades. And now Antonio facing elimination unless he gets lucky on this river. River is the 9 of spades. Anna says this series is not a lot of entries for a €200 tournament. Well, you see, right, you have to remember, Anis, we had 3,500 and something entries last week, and we had huge numbers the week before that as well for a €1,700 buy-in. Before that, we had the PLO, and for the next month, you've got the World Series of Poker Europe. So this is the calm before the storm. So I think 1,555 is still a lot of entries. Yeah, last week was a very special event. It's not often we get a few thousand runners in a tournament for 350 buy-in. There was one on earlier on this year, Anis, where we had over... How many entries did we have that time, Apocalypse? I think it was close to 6,000. It was amazing amount of runners. I think it cleared 5K. It was the Italian Poker Series. But the amount of action coming up, Anis, is just phenomenal. All sorts of different events, all sorts of different buy-ins, something for everyone. Yeah, I think Apocalypse, it was close. It was over 5,000. I think it was even over 6, somewhere around that area. Plus, you've got to remember, Anis, this is at the tail end of October here. You're just coming into a month of one of the biggest series in the world. And although a lot of players will play, if they are going to be coming for the World Series of Poker Europe, they're probably going to skip the Dutch Classics and go straight to the main course or whatever the case may be. So that is why you're going to see not thousands and thousands in this, but it's still an amazing amount of players to get through. Plus, Anis, the more players that are in, the more players you have to get past. Still smashed the prize pool over 300k. Well, it's just a lot of players, and it's amazing that the same faces keep appearing last few tables of these tournaments time and time again. 29 players remaining now, 5 eliminations away from bagging and tagging. Current payout is still €1,150. Peter not going to defend there with the Queen 3. Alex will take down the blinds and antes. Peter just going to complete here in the small blind with 7-5 of clubs. With 550 in the pot here on the turn, Peter with the option to check or bet. I think he just wants to be trying to get the showdown. Does check, and for Rue, I think he just wants to be checking back. If we're going to bet here, we bet something like 200k, 250, and we do that in order to just check behind on the river, unless we hit 2 pair. Does decide to just check it back. River is the 10 of spades, pairing the board. And the boys are going to chop this one up. I didn't know we had one of the leading members of Blink 182 at the table in the big blind. Rue is just going to shove all in, and David. Hello there. I'm so sorry. He's just going to let it go, and now the action is going to be back on Joris for his tournament life. Can't be calling here with the walking sticks. Apocalypse says, as a brand new 29-year-old, is Blink 182 a band I should like? I don't know if you're trolling. Maybe you are. Oh, it is a lull at the end. Okay. Geez, I started listening to Blink 182 like 2 decades ago, I think. I think I was 13 at the... No, I was younger. Geez, I was about 10. 23 years. God damn, that's a long time ago. They're still bringing out tunes, you know. They brought out a new song the other day, and they're going touring next year. Same with Sum 41. Incredible. Right, well, there's some homework for you, Apocalypse. Google Blink 182 tomorrow and listen to one of their albums. I don't have no idea what... I tried to keep talking about poker on here, but I obviously love comedy, music, a lot of other things. I think a lot of poker players have weird tastes. Yeah, listen to one of their albums. I'll get one here for you. I don't know what music you like. You probably won't like them. It was a funny joke I was trying to make, but Meanwhile, back at the ranch here, David has got the Kings of Kings facing the Open from Alex. It's Take Off Your Pants and Jacket 2001. Oh, wow. David takes that one down with a rejam. They're not country, they're not classical. They're punk rock, bro. Come on, brah. Duh. No way, dude. Yeah, if you didn't get the reference, we're not going to continue. I like all genres, from classical music to heavy metal and everything in between. David is going to call the 225. Robert with the deuces. Four, five, six is the flop here. Trigger. His perceived big blind defending range going to smack this board, but it's not going to stop David for going for a c-bet here on the button. A little bit wild here by David. Trigger is going to raise to 700k. This is what I was saying. It's just a way better board for Trigger than it is for David, and therefore Trigger able to rep 2 pair straights, sets. Nice play there from Trigger. Apocalypse says he'll take a bit of George Strait, Zach Brown Band, or Luke Combs. Yeah, Coulter Wall as well. Obviously, this Oliver Anthony guy has been taking the world by storm. I like Jerry Cinnamon, Lewis Capaldi, not so much anymore, but all that kind of good stuff. Rolling Stones have a brand new album out at the weekend. Actually, I'm looking forward to hearing that. Mick Jagger is now 80. Jelly roll is pretty good as well these days. Apocalypse, not really my thing now, but Zach Bryan as well. Is that his name? He seems to be taking the world by storm. David raising to 225 here in the cutoff of pocket sevens. Trigger gets out of the way into small. Robert calls it for 125 more with 10-5 of hearts. And Alex going to get a walk. Rue gonna raise here to 200k under the gun. Ace king off suit. Peter will defend with the queen 10. 4-4 deuce is the flop. Apocalypse says he thinks about bedtime for him now. Take care and see you all tomorrow. Good night, man. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Thank you for your help. Robert with ace-6 of clubs here on the king 4 deuce. And the flop going check, check with 1.1 million in the pot. Turn is the 10 of diamonds. Turn going check, check. And now the river. 7 of spades. Rue has the best hand here. Looks like he just wants to get the showdown. Now Robert is going to have to bet something. He doesn't have to, but probably knows His ace high not going to be good enough at showdown. Looks like he's going to go for about a 325 now. Does Rue put on the cape? 1.425 million in the middle here. 325 to call, getting very good odds. But just because you're getting very good odds, it's all about how often you think you're going to be ahead here. There are some missed diamond draws, there's some missed wheel draws. The more I look at this, looks like we might just have to call this one. Wow, Rue does pay the man. Nice call there from Rue. Especially against Robert. Robert hadn't been too out of line. He showed a propensity to be on the tighter side of things. So, very nice pick off there from Rue. Was getting a great price though, and is now playing close to 4 million. Trigger raises to 210. With the pocket sixes. And David here in the big blind wants to be rejamming this one with pocket jacks. Does jam for 14 bigs and no trigger. Not going to be able to call this one. It's just going to be a little bit too much, especially when he raised from early position. 26 players remaining now. And all players remaining know what's at stake. They know how close they are to making day 3, the final day. Trigger is going to gamble here though. Is going to call an additional 12 bigs. He will still have 3.4 million, but there is nearly 3 million in this pot if he can get lucky, which he will 15% of the time. All players guaranteed a minimum of €1,375 now. Ace-7 deuce is the flop, all clubs. Turn is the 8 of hearts. River is the Queen of Spades.
My lucky ace 8. Yeah, I have
That's a really nice double up for the Jacks. Ideal situation. So blinds have just gone up. Small blind is now 60k. Big blind is 120k with 120k running. Big blind ante, that's 60, 120, 120. Trigger going to take that one down. He could afford to be a bit trigger happy, but he did lose a chunk with the sixes, so needs to bear that in mind. Alex and Rue are chip leaders at this table. Oh, Trigger as well. Then David, then Robert with 16 bigs, Peter with 12, and no player under 10 bigs. Joris is your shortest stack, 7-handed with 11 big blinds. Trigger getting a walk with the aces. Roux raises to 240. With the king queen offsuit and the hijack and David in the cutoff, looks like he is going to 3-bet, or is it? See, that looks like just a call. I wasn't sure whether he was going to go for a 3-bet call or 3-bet fold. Instead, he just flats. And this is unbelievable. Robert waking up in the big blind with queens. And David in a world of hurt here, but when we play our hand this way, I feel like we should be calling more so than folding. This is for 15 big blinds total. He's already invested 2. Wow. Wow. Robert just going to take it down. David making a very big laydown, but it was the right laydown on this occasion. I would not have been able to do that. Robert in the small blind with king queen off suit. He's going to raise to 260, and Alex in the big blind here with ace jack offsuit, should just be ripping. King 5-9 is the flop. Robert deciding to call the 3-bet. Now this is going to look extremely strong. I really don't like this from Robert. He just decides to move all in. Makes no sense to me. If he just checked, he gets a huge bet from Alex, or at the very least some additional value. And now he's just taking that move away from the big blind. Just playing scared here almost. I just would way prefer to see Robert check. Alex folding. Where's the rest of that pot though? Nice pickup for Robert. Did hit the flop, but when we hit our hand like that, we just want to check and let the big blind do the dirty work for us. Alex raises the 250 here. And Alex on King Queen here with the Jack 8-3. Does check. I would prefer to see him bet. Now Peter wants to bet this with his backdoors. The majority of the time decides to just check back, turn as a 6 of hearts. Arvin makes a good point there. He says a lot easier to criticize when we know the cards as well. It is always easy when we know the answers. Here on the river, Alex checking again. Now Peter really needs to turn his hand into a bluff at this point. He only has 9 high. He's got a straight blocker. He blocks some other hands that will contain a pair like Jack 9, 8, 9. And this is just tired, scared play here. Fold all the way around to the button. 8-6 of hearts for Alex. That was a nice pickup for him with the King Queen, getting to showdown unnecessarily. Yeah, lads, it's great that you want to discuss hands there. It's just you're not looking for an argument. We understand. It's just it's clear that it's better in that particular instance to check in a 3-bet pot to the aggressor. If we all played the same, the game would be solved. It'd be very boring, and I'd be out of a job. So and Rue is just going to shove all in, big blind against button. That might look like a lot of bigs, but it is the best way to play your small pairs. Goes for the rejam. Anna says, Dan, these players are just fun players, maybe some good players. So yeah, playing very scared. They don't know better. I'm sorry if I say something bad. I don't think you said anything bad. I'm happy to have you here. I'm just trying to say that we are here to get better together. We discuss hands. It's fine. There are a lot of recreationals in this tournament. They won't have played for this kind of money before. They probably don't even play full time or even study the game that much. So that's before you sit down and all the pressure is on, all the pay jumps, the lights, the camera, the action. 25 players remaining, and they are also 1 player away, Anis, from bagging and tagging, going to bed, getting some shut-eye, ringing their loved ones, waking up in the morning, hopefully get a good breakfast, a small bit of exercise, a meditation, whatever works for you, and then have the opportunity to play for over 50 Gs. Alex and Peter here, both with ace king.
Give the diamonds? Yeah.
5-5-4 is the flop. Both players with the same hand, and another chop has occurred tonight. A lot of chops happening. Not lamb chops or pork chops, poker chops. Peter shoves from the cutoff for 10 bigs at the ace-9 offsuit. That is a massive fold by David on the button there. Golden opportunity to just steal the blinds and antes with the king 9 offsuit. Instead, Joris is going to shove in the small and trigger. He has a close one here with king 4. I'd prefer if it was like a king 6 suited, king 5 suited. The king 4 offsuit, you could probably just let this go. Anna says he's out. We meet tomorrow, final day. We do, yeah. I'll see you then. Thanks for joining us. Trigger raised the 275 on the button with ace king offsuit. Alex with ace jack offsuit in the big blind. Looks like he is going to put it in his 3-bet folding range. Trigger snap 4-bet rips with the ace king, in my opinion giving away the straight end of his hand, but it would be a nice pickup uncontested pre-flop, one of the last hands of the night you would think. David is going to raise to 250, and Robert's turn if he wants to 3-bet here on the button. Looks like he is going to make it 500k. An absolute min raise. And David, I don't even think he can continue here with the unsuited variety of the ace and the 8, but he is going to call. Ten 9-6 is the flop, 2 diamonds. And David with a good shot straight draw. Not a great board for Robert. And it is going to go check, check, and turn his to 9 of hearts. Now, with 1.3 million in the middle here, does David want to? No, he's just going to try to get the showdown. For Robert, I would like to bet here so we can bet an amount that would allow us to check the river. very hard for David to have 10s, 9s, 6s, 7, 8. If he's going to do something here, he needs to move all in. That looks like a call. Maybe not an all in. I take that back. But calling here is ambitious considering we only have ace high with a straight draw. River is a king. And it looks like he is going to use this as a bluff. Wow. This could be hand of the night. I go Wawa is laughing in the chat. This is a really interesting bluff here. David, I don't know what he's trying to get to fold. Is David going to show? Looks like he wants to. Oh. No. No, he's going to let it go. What do you think of that one? I go Wawa. I don't know what he should be doing. I think he should fold pre for starters. On the flop, check seems okay to me. On the turn, he could lead. I would rather lead than check call. Does decide to check call, and the check call jam on the river. We're going to have to think about that one later on. That was an interesting hand. Ace Jack for Robert in the cutoff. 16 bigs. Looks like he is going to race to 325. Peter is going to rejam. Robert is going to call. 2.6 million in the pot. And Peter set to double up here unless Robert gets lucky. 25 players remaining, just one elimination to go. Jack 9-6 is the flop. Robert spiking the Jeffrey on the flop, and now it's Peter that needs to get lucky, or this will be the last hand of the night. Turn is the 5 of hearts. And the river is the 6 of clubs. Peter has been eliminated. Unlucky Peter. Good game. Robert will scoop those chips, and that will do it, folks. We are going to bag and tag. We are going to come back at 2:30 Central European time tomorrow. You know the drill by now. Check us out on all the social media platforms. YouTube channel. Give us a like, subscribe, and a follow on there. Same with Twitch. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. I'm going to get a good night's sleep, come back and crown yet another champion at the King's Resort, live from Rosvedov tomorrow. Thanks to everyone for tuning in. Thanks to the moderators, and I will see you all tomorrow. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan.
Diamonds. Check very long. We don't have a line.
Flashed through my mind for a few seconds, but then I
Ja,